Good evening. I will now call to order the regular Board of Education meeting for Chico Unified School District. It's May 15th, 2024, just after 5 p.m. The board will be going into closed session at this time and returning at 6 p.m. for open session. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome. It's a full house tonight. That's exciting for us. I opened the meeting at 5. We were in closed session. Welcome to the Chico Unified School District Board of Education meeting for May 15th, 2024. We were in closed session. A couple actions that took place during closed session was that we decided to pull item 9.4.1 for additional negotiations, so that item will not be coming forward on tonight's agenda. And additionally, the board approved unanimously Jessica Crane for assistant principal at Little Chico Creek. So let's welcome Jessica. Where are you? There she is. Yeah, thank you. We're excited. Alrighty. And with that, we will please stand for the flag salute. Alrighty, and with that, we will move into student reports, please.
Well, as always, we're in for another big treat tonight. I see some drummers over there ready to entertain us, and I would like to invite Chapman Principal Christy Telechea up to tell us what we're going to experience.
And team, thank you, school board. I want to thank you for having us tonight. It's an honor to serve as principal at Chapman Elementary School, and I'm joined by our art teacher, Megan Callahan, who also leads our drumming group, Los Tambores de Chapman. The picture behind you shows our drummers at an event that they recently performed at, and it also shows our families. So I do, while I have you here, want to thank our families and give them a round of applause for their support. Because without them being willing to bring their students to the events and support us through the after-school program and at the school in general, we wouldn't be able to make this happen. So I'm going to give the mic to Ms. Callahan so she can share about our program.
Good evening. My name is Megan, and I am very grateful to be here tonight with all of you to share a story and also a very special group. It begins with our heartbeat, the very first rhythm that we ever hear. And in the 1990s, another very special person, Jan Doney, brought world music drumming to Chico Unified. And her friend and colleague, Kathy Nass, later at Chapman Elementary in 2010, started Los Tambores de Chapman, this after-school drumming program, with the goal of creating a community that would build confidence, build community, and share cultural rhythms. We're supported through the after-school program and private donors like former teacher Lark Vickers, who brings us snacks. And of course, our principal, Christy Telechea, she's driving, she's getting us shirts, she's at all of our events. We have two former principals who've also supported this program. Ted Sullivan and Mike Allen are both have been supporters of our program. And then finally, we're blessed this past year to have Baba Kauna, right over there. He's been working to teach us cultural rhythms and more recently dance. And so I'm going to come over here and introduce our drummers now. They're 3rd through 5th graders, and some of them, this is their very first year doing this. So this is Kenyon, Nika, Nisa, Evelyn, Ireland,
Once again, big round of applause for Chapman. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Evelyn. Okay, we are going to give them just a couple seconds to transition on out. I know they have homework they have to do tonight, and they are headed off to that right now. As we are waiting, I'm going to ask Pedro Caldera and John Gunderson to come up to the podium.
Good evening, Board.
Give them just a second.
I am going to give them a few seconds.
You can't compete with that, Pedro.
No, but Pedro, if you are going to try and dance and drum for us, we will accept that.
I was Gerber School 7th grade breakdancing champion at one time.
You can't say that and not show off now.
There was only 12 8th graders.
I'm going to need some proof for that. I don't believe you, just you saying that.
We'll break out the cardboard and we'll match it up here. Okay. Before we get started, there's a group of people behind me. Melvin family. From the bottom of my heart, I seriously want to thank each and every one of you. You know Penny better than we do. And I am sure that throughout these years, she has come home with her thoughts about her school and everything she needs to do for us. And so I really appreciate each and every one of you for bearing with us and sharing who I call our lucky Penny with us. And a special thanks to Tom, who I know definitely shared Penny with us. All right. This evening, I am filled with a profound sense of gratitude and pride. For 8 remarkable years, I have had the honor and privilege of working with Penny Melvin at our beloved Chico Junior High School. And let me tell you, it has been a journey with adventures, triumph, joy, laughter, and above all, an unwavering dedication to our staff and students. When she first stepped onto our campus, her passion for education and the deep-seated commitment was evident. Making a difference in the lives of our young learners and staff is a passion that I believe still continues to burn brighter with each passing day. As a registrar, she goes far and beyond her role. She is a problem solver, a facilitator, and a beacon of support for our students and their families. Whether it's ensuring smooth enrollment processes, addressing academic concerns, or simply lending a compassionate ear to those in need. She always strives to go above and beyond for each and every member of our school community. She has been dedicated to our staff and is always there in our time of need. Truth be told, she has a knack of bailing us out of problems. In fact, she has bailed me out of so many problems that I would walk through the hallways and go, Penny can do no wrong. She walks on water because she got me out of another problem. And that is the truth. And with that, I used to say that Penny was our lucky penny. If you guys are familiar with the whole lucky penny, if there's you find a penny and it's right side up, right, with the heads, it's a lucky penny. And having Penny on our campus was like that every single day. Together, we have weathered storms, celebrated triumphs, and all with one shared goal in mind: to provide our students with the best possible education and support system. So hats off. Here's the penny. To the past, the present, and the future of our beloved Penny Melvin, may you continue to inspire, to empower, to make a difference in the lives of all those that are lucky enough to be around you. I want to close with the saying that's on the back of every penny: E pluribus unum, with one small little spin. We are one Cougar family. Big hugs from all your Chico Jr. family.
First of all, I just want to thank the school board and obviously our ed leadership for supporting schools. It's amazing to have this level of support. And the next thing is, I second everything that Mr. Caldera just said. I got to be honest with you, as a new principal, I wouldn't be able to do my job without that woman right there. She's guided me, not just with things that are registrar-based, but just great ideas to make the school better. I think she's constantly working. She comes to my office all the time with wonderful ideas. Usually requires a lot of work from me, but the ideas are phenomenal. The other thing that I love about having Penny on our campus is she's a lot of times the first person that you meet outside of our attendance clerk when you come in the office. She is one of the most lovely people that you'll ever meet in your life. She's always kind. She's always compassionate. I love that she models not only for our staff but our students how to treat people properly and really be somebody that supports everybody no matter what they're going through. She is one of the greatest assets that we have on our campus. Our campus would be a lot less without her. And I kind of think that it shows the importance that a single individual can have on the entirety of a campus, and she definitely represents that. So thank you so much for acknowledging her.
Beverage. Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Oh.
Picture. Okay, sorry. Thank you for that. Was very kind.
Look at all the people you brought with you, too. This is awesome.
Okay.
Group hug, let's go.
Thanks.
Let's go. Group hug, yeah.
Next, I'd like to invite up Joe Morris and team. Joe, Shannon, Dusty, come on up.
So just so you know, I'm not that good at that. So this is I'm a little more to the point. So I'm here tonight with Dusty and Shannon to present an award. So Nathan Gutierrez, who is the senior custodian at Citrus, is a rock star. Just plain and simple. Shannon sees him every single day. I don't get to spend as much time with him as she does, but just knowing from me being a supervisor at the night to the day to now, he's awesome. He shows up every day. I go over there at lunchtime. He's interacting with the kids, spending quality time, making sure they have a clean environment, all the things that you expect out of him. He goes above and beyond for it. So for me, I'm very proud of him to have this award. And Dusty, would you like to say anything?
I just want to say, when we first hired Nathan, one thing that we have to do is we have to call references. And I called his reference, and his past manager actually started crying, saying, we're gonna lose this guy. That shows you what kind of a guy he is.
Absolutely. Shannon?
Well, they say the custodian is the most important person on campus, and I couldn't agree more. He is the first person that sees most kids in the morning. when they come to our morning program. And I tell you, the greeting this man gives our students is love and energy. I come in the door at 7:30, I'm a little bit tired, and he's all, "Good morning." And I'm like, "Good coffee." He is that all day. I call him on the radio. This is my favorite story about Nathan. And I say, "Nathan, don't run." And then Nathan's right there. Like, "Nathan, how'd you get here?" "What do you need?" And it really epitomizes who he is as a human being on our campus. Our students love him. Our staff love him. Our school is beautiful because of him. There's never a no, code brown or not. He's our guy, and I couldn't be more proud of him and what he does for our campus. We really appreciate you, Nathan. You're amazing.
And finally, I'd like to call up Tina Keene.
Good evening, everybody. This evening, I am proud to be here to present a special board recognition to Nord Country School Principal Superintendent Kathy Dahlgren for outstanding service and dedication in local education. Kathy is preparing to retire at the end of this school year from Nord, and it is safe to say she will not only be missed by her Nord community, she will be missed from our charter community and Chico Unified. I met Kathy over 5 years ago when I became district liaison to the charter schools that Chico Unified authorizes. At that time, Kathy impressed me with her calm demeanor, her vast experience in education, and her love for her school and the students and families they serve. In the years since that first meeting, I can honestly share that Kathy not only continues to embody those qualities I mentioned, but also much more. Kathy is an extremely strong instructional leader with a sharp eye attuned to data and making sure that students' academic needs are met. She understands what data points are important to collect and, more importantly, in my opinion, what to do with that data and information once it's collected. As a small school, the Nord team is able to have frequent conversations about individual student needs and utilize their What I Need or WIN program for their students. Kathy has also led Nord Country School's commitment to the social emotional well-being of their students, as well as been instrumental in growing their junior high sports programs, just to name a few things. Kathy has been an integral member of our local charter school community. I'm confident that I can speak for the other charter leaders in our community when I say that Kathy is seen as a leader among them. Her vast experience is relied upon by all of them. I have relied upon Kathy's good listening ear when I have had questions through the years as well. Whenever I have a charter school question, Kathy's always there to answer me with honesty and clarity. I look forward to visiting Nord Country School each year as part of our annual visits. Not only do I enjoy visiting with her and listening to her insight, I also get to tour the campus. In fact, this past year, Kathy indulged me as one of the things I most wanted to do on her site visit was to cuddle one of the baby goats that were only a few weeks old at the time, and I loved it. Kathy, you will be missed by your friends in Chico Unified. You've been a solid and positive supporting partner in education for us for many years. While I have no doubt that Nord Country School is in good hands moving forward, my wish for you, on behalf of Superintendent Kelly Staley, our Chico Unified cabinet members, and our Chico Unified Board of Trustees, is that you have many wonderful years ahead of retirement fun, relaxation, and enjoyment with family and friends. You've earned every bit of it with a job in education. Very well done. Congratulations, Kathy. Come on up.
And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam President.
Awesome, thank you. That was a lot to celebrate. Lots of good things going on. All right, with that, we'll move forward to number 6, announcements. Does the board have any announcements this evening? Okay. I'll make the announcement that Chico Unified celebrated CUSD Staff Appreciation Week. This was last week? This week is Staff Appreciation Week. At our previous board meeting, the board, on behalf of Chico Unified Ed Services, approved a resolution for the certificated and classified appreciation week, and so they were combined, and there was some goodies that were provided by students in the culinary department at PV, and it's an ongoing weekly celebration, but of course, 1 week is nothing compared to the appreciation that I think we all feel for you throughout the year. So just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that right now is Staff Appreciation Week, so if you see a school person, a school staff person, please give them a high five or a handshake or a hug. Probably a hug if they want it. All right, any other announcements or things to add? Superintendent Seeley? No, okay. Okay, we will move forward to items from the floor, number 7. Items from the floor is for a time for speakers who wish to address the board regarding a topic that is not currently agendized. At this time, we'll take public comment from speakers who wish to address the board. As a reminder, speakers have 3 minutes to speak at the podium, and a bell will ring at 30 seconds. When speaking time remains, you'll hear a noise and have a timer on the board behind us. We do have 1 speaker signed up at this time for items from the floor, and so at this time I will call up Gina Bax to address the board.
Good evening. I am here today because I would like to ask you to reconsider the mandate for student privacy, also known as the CDE guidance, and to repeal 5145.3, as Attorney General Rob Bonta has stated in federal court that no law requires a school district to follow the advice from the Department of Education regarding keeping secrets from parents. Your parental secrecy policy was based on guidelines, which are no laws or enforceable. There are suggestions, and unfortunately, we have all been misguided. Schools, parents, and the whole community must work together to help children overcome their challenges. Keeping secrets does nothing but create a barrier between families and teachers. Teachers are forced to lie, and parents are kept in the dark regarding the well-being of our children. And since I have a little bit more time on a different subject, I was very pleased to learn at the last meeting that most of this school board favors implementing a cell phone policy in our schools. Therefore, I encourage you to check the cell phone policy recently adopted by the Roseville City School District. I have a copy with me, and I would like to share it with all of you with your permission. Thank you for your time, as always.
And we don't have any additional folks signed up for items from the floor. And so if there's nobody else to address the board at this time, we will move on to agenda item number 8. So agenda item number 8 is our consent calendar. Is there anybody who would like to pull a consent item at this time? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion.
I will move adoption of the consent calendar.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Lando and a second by Ms. Robinson. Any further discussion, board? Great, this is our first vote for the evening, so we'll do a roll call vote starting with Mr. Tennis.
Tennis, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye.
All right, it passes unanimously. Thank you, board. And we'll move on to our discussion action calendar. I think I just skipped a page, maybe. Nope. 9.1.1 is an informational item for the annual spring charter school visit report. And I would ask Ms. Tina King to please come up.
All righty, good evening again. I would like to invite the charter leaders that are out here in the audience to come on up and join me while I introduce what we're talking about here. Every May, we come to the Chico Unified School Board with our yearly report. Not only do the charters provide a report to Chico Unified in the spring, but I also give notes from the annual visit that we are required to do per mandate, per law. I enjoy going to the charter visits each year. There is always something to learn. There is always something to celebrate. There is always something to ponder, I would say. And we do it collaboratively. We do it in the spirit of educating kids in all of our Chico our Chico community at large, from Forest Ranch all the way out to Nord and everyone in between. Tom from Wildflower is not able to be here tonight. He does send his regrets. They have their town hall meeting with their school community tonight as well. But on your agenda were the reports that the schools provided, as well as notes that I made. And as I've said over the years, we've learned a lot and have weathered a lot. I don't even want to say the pandemic word that we all lived through. But at this time, I would love this group to come up, introduce themselves, share the schools that they represent, and they are available for any questions you have for them. Go ahead, Michelle.
Hello, I'm Michelle Yazbik, Director of Sherwood Montessori.
Hi, I'm Kelly Clark from Chico Country Day, along with Gretchen and Claudia.
I'm Susan Dominigini from Blue Oak Charter School.
Becky Brown, Inspire School of Arts and Sciences.
Kathy Dahlgren, Nord Country School.
Casey Taylor, Executive Director of Achieve Charter Schools.
And I'm Steve Wright, Principal of Achieve Charter School Chico.
I'm Christian Morosco, Executive Director for Forest Ranch Charter School.
Travis Bennett, I'm the site administrator at Pivot Charter School.
All right, thanks everybody for being here. And like I said, at this time, I invite our board members to ask any questions, anything you're wondering about. They are here to tell you what they know, like they do to me.
The gentleman with the beard and the black shirt, could you repeat your name and affiliation, please?
Yeah, my name is Steve Wright. I'm the principal of Achieve Charter School Chico.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
If you're wondering, all of these leaders provide very different school experiences for kids, much like all of our Chico Unified Schools provide wonderful, different, diverse experiences for kids. Matt, you mentioned Steve. I happened to join at their visit on a Friday morning, and he was up with a guitar at the school assembly on Fridays that they have, and I think he loved it probably as much as the kids did. I also mentioned the baby goats that I've had the extreme pleasure of looking at over the year, and just wonderful visits with them. And we really do challenge each other. We ask each other honest questions. We ask, what do you do for this? What do you do for that? How does it work? And again, we've maintained over the years a very honest and transparent relationship with serving all the kids in our community.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone, for the input that you provided in your reports. It does really give us a picture of what's going on at your school sites. What is our charter school enrollment at the moment, Ms. Keene?
Oh, well, total enrollment I don't have off the top of my head. We do have 9 schools, and they range from 100 in Chico Unified up until probably high 500s at Chico Country Day. So you figure an average in there of the 9 schools, they do serve quite a bit of Chico students.
Yes, thank you. And again, thank you, everyone, for the effort you put into your reports.
And on that, just thank you for the effort you put into our students. Chico was very lucky to have a really broad range of educational programs, both in Chico Unified and in the charter world, and we're all better for it. I do think that having such a robust charter presence in Chico actually makes Chico Unified better too. We see what you guys do, we see what works, and I know the energy and effort that you guys put into all of your students. Yeah, thank you, and congratulations, Kathy, by the way, really excited for you.
The majority of the schools represented behind me are TK through 5 or into 8. We have a couple of high schools, but a lot of the kids that come from the charters do matriculate into our secondary schools. So there is open communication and dialogue with all of our families. All righty. Well, if there are no other questions, thank you for your time and meeting these folks. I'm happy to call them not only colleagues, but friends as well. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Next on the agenda is item 9.1.2, also an informational item, an update on the Next Generation Science Standards, NGSS.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we get to do a little presentation today and provide our school board here with an update with our progress towards the MTSS standards. NGSS, not MTSS, sorry about that. Too many. But before we get started, I do want to say thank you to all our teachers that took time to help us with the presentation and also for being here, specifically at such a busy time of the school year. So Kenji Masuda and Olivia Thayer, thank you so much. These are elementary representatives. Our middle school representatives, Kelly Coombe, Kyle Gunther, and Lauren Duchon. Did I pronounce that right? Yeah. All right. Okay. And then our high school representatives, Mark Kessler and Barbara Bertapelli. And congratulations to Barbara Bertapelli for all her years of service in Chico Unified School District. So thank you. She is retiring this year. We're going to go ahead and get started with our elementary program.
Okay. So I just want to give you a couple-minute update, kind of where elementary is with science and what we do with it on a typical basis. So 2021, we adopted Amplify as our core program, and GSS aligned. So we went through a really rigorous adoption process. I want to give kudos, Kelly Coombe sitting back there also. Kelly was the person that kind of facilitated that for us. And so she came down. We did all kinds of pilots of various different kinds of the programs that are available to look at with it at that time. Kelly gathered tons of feedback, coalesced it fabulously. So going through all that, about a year-long process, Amplify came out as the #1 choice. So we went with Amplify at that point. After we adopted Amplify, we had 15 hours of publisher-provided professional development over a couple years for us. We knew that wasn't quite enough also. It's always hard to pick up a new program, especially with a lot of parts to it, a lot of hands-on kinds of things in particular. So we had money, so we offered additional hours to teachers to have a facilitated walkthrough of the different units and lessons also. And we had people like Kelly and Melinda Hildebrandt. It's not Hildebrandt now, I forget her married name, but Melinda's over at McManus right now as the assistant principal. They walked through and kind of facilitated, let people kind of unpack the units literally and walk through the lesson with them and all those kinds of things with it. Let's see. One of the big shifts that's coming up, I think, in the elementary world, 5th grade teachers have always kind of felt a big responsibility because they are the elementary score for the state in science, basically. So they've always kind of felt a little under the gun to be above and beyond with those things. So one of the things our DLC has talked about and is going to start next year, there's actually a state FIEB, a miniature interim assessment block that's been put out for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students in science. So we are going to try it next year. Everybody's going to have a chance to give it a shot. We're going to gather feedback, but DLC is looking to have a pilot trial year next year where everybody, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, gives that assessment. We can look at the information we get from it. It's a one-time assessment. We think it'll take about an hour or so to do it. And the following year, if the feedback is generally positive, we're going to move and put that as a expected assessment and put it on the report card for parents to see those kinds of things also.
You said that's being piloted. Is there one school site that's going to be piloting that?
No, they're all going to do it.
Oh, okay.
That was a pretty unanimous decision. And DLC said the same thing about 5th grade teachers. They really want to ensure that there's more science instruction happening with 3rd, 4th grade also, leading up to that 5th grade level. So that was one way to kind of help facilitate some of that, is have an assessment, everybody gives it. We're doing it next year. We're not forcing everybody to, but we really strongly encourage them because we want to hear their feedback. We want them to go through it, take it, tell us what's wrong or right with it, and kind of see where it goes. But they're very much wanting to make it a mandatory assessment the following year after everybody has a chance to take a look at it and give it a try at that point. Whoops, lost where I'm at here. So the next couple things, come on, there we are. One of the things that's been really, we're really happy with, we've done a big push with science of reading implementation. And it has really lent itself to a lot of integration with reading nonfiction in particular. So we've got a couple teachers here, Kenji and Olivia, and really what I would like them to do is talk about kind of how they weave that into their daily instruction. I think before we had a lot of storybook kinds of things, a lot of fiction reading, kind of with this different structure we put into place for reading now, a lot of ability to focus on nonfiction kinds of reading like that with those things. So I'm going to let these folks talk a little bit about what they do to weave that in and kind of just to help understand the integration between science and reading and how they go together and how it allows a lot more time for those kids to be doing nonfiction reading, i.e. science kinds of reading also. So Kenji, Olivia, come on up and show that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. So I had the pleasure of really trying out the science of reading this year. I have just finished today the letters training. So with that background knowledge and the big push that Chico Unified is doing, I feel more empowered and liberated to teach things that I feel like need to be taught. In this case, I was actually inspired by my friend Olivia here. One day, oh, of course, she was walking with her 5th graders, and they all had these science journals, these great little books, and they were walking outside, and they were just started diagramming some trees. And I asked, what are you doing? She said, we're doing Power Hour. This is English Language Arts. We're doing the Tier 1 instruction. And I said, I have to figure out what you're doing, because I need to jump on that. So after talking with her and seeing how we can use this framework that we have been taught and apply it to science texts, I fell in love with it, and I found out my students totally fell in love with it too. So when I teach science, I do it nearly Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, and this is during my Tier 1 instruction time. I'm using nonfiction text from Amplify, and I brought some examples here if you were interested in looking at it, but all grade levels have these texts available to them. I'm also using another program called Mystery Science, and I'm also using Wonders. So it's just a lot of curriculum. I'm kind of putting them together and coming up with really great thematic units. So with that in mind, Mystery Science, I feel like, has all these hands-on activities, and elementary school teachers are very familiar with that. Amplify has that really deep investigation into phenomenons. So using Mystery Science as kind of that anchor phenomenon, that initial experience to get the kids interested, I will then intersperse these texts that really relate to what we are learning in class. Now, using the framework and the learning that I've done this year, I know to pull out vocabulary words, Tier 2 words that are across curriculum, and also using the text structure within these books to teach lessons. On Fridays, we do hands-on activities or labs that just continue to push their understanding on these scientific concepts. So I really feel like I'm able to bring back that thematic teaching using what we've been learning this past couple years and having a lot of fun. I feel like the kids are learning so much. The discussions are great. They're writing. Even kids that are writing at like a 1st grade level in 3rd grade, they're able to contribute to these discussions, and it's amazing what they can contribute. And their reading has also increased as well. I have a student from Afghanistan that came about a year ago. Her favorite topic now is science. And she still can't read at grade level, but the fact that she can talk about it, she can write about it, she can read about it, I think that has a lot to do with just the trainings that we received from the district and being able to apply it to this curriculum in a from a different perspective. I do have to break it apart a little bit to make it work, and it's still like a ship that I'm building, but we're having a lot of fun, and I just can't wait to collaborate with more people and to make this thing work even better.
I'm sorry, can you please,
Sure.
I don't know if you said it and I missed it, but
Mhm.
can you reintroduce yourself, your name,
Of
and where you
course.
teach and what level you teach?
Of course. My name is Kenji Masuda. I'm a third grade teacher at McManus Elementary School.
Hi, board. My name is Olivia Thayer. I teach fifth grade at McManus Elementary. Shout out to the Mustangs. We don't have like a cool, we don't have a cool Bobcat call, but I want to start the neigh or something like that. We're going to make it work. I started here at the district in 2021 as a reading specialist, where I gained lots of experience in learning about the science of reading through the letters trainings and also the amazing team that Christy Bankson has created with the reading specialist team. When an opportunity for me to become an intermediate teacher came up, I grabbed it as soon as possible because I know I wanted to integrate science of reading routines into curriculum, specifically science and that of Amplify. Fifth grade science is heavily focused on introducing the natural biological sciences to students, so we focus on ecology, the water cycle, conservation, treatment to water. We learn about astronomy, our solar system, and then molecules and matter. Students are exposed to Amplify in my Tier 1 ELA routine, which happens Monday through Friday for an hour as well. And students read Amplify text in step 1, which is our read aloud step. And this is when they're also exposed to slide decks provided by Amplify that promotes critical thinking skills. With a knowledge gap existing at McManus, our Title I school, we're diligently working to ensure that students have experiences that match the learning that is happening within the classroom. So providing them with enrichment experiences through field trips that matches content covered in class is a huge passion of mine. We've gone to field trips this year, like at the hatchery to discuss the salmon's life cycle for ecology. We hiked up to Monkey Face to talk about geology and also the astronomy pit that's over there. And we went to the water treatment center to learn about how water treatment happens and how important water conservation is for our water cycle unit. Our grade level uses field journaling or science journaling, as Mr. Masuda mentioned, to create a cumulative memory of what they've learned throughout the year and what they've experienced. So we go out on campus about once a week or once every other week with our field journals, and like the last one we did was the wind. It was a very windy day and how important the wind is and what are the observations that we can make around us about that. We're continuing to build positive partnerships with local agencies and applying to grants so students can attend science camp next year and other enriching field trips to continue for them to gain experiences to the concepts that are matched in the Amplify curriculum. Thank you for your time.
Elementary-ish questions?
Yeah, so I am happy to hear how well it's going in y'all's classrooms at McManus. I would be curious to know if that is reasonably reflective across the district in other elementary schools or even at your grade levels, or if you guys are kind of an exception, or kind of where we're at overall in terms of getting kids excited and loving science, even if they're struggling with skills, but loving the process of engaging with science concepts and practices.
Yeah, so what we're trying, I feel like, is pretty new. So we're in the infant stages of it still. As for my team, I have one teammate that jumped right on board with me, and she's finding the same results, that the kids are really engaged with it. But like I said, we're still figuring this out because we still have wonders that we're still using, and we have resources being built for us. So that's the main product that most teachers are going to be using right now. I just think this is right now another option to show that, hey, you can use this. My other partner, who was not so sure as we were building it, like if she wanted to jump on, she's starting to help us out with a lot of things. Like she created some slide decks that now we are using because she's very organized. Like, oh, this is a great way to teach this. So collaboration is happening right now, but I think teachers right now are just learning how to use this strategy. So I think we still need a little bit more time to show that there's other ways and other texts that we can apply with that. So like I said, it's empowering and liberating, and I just think We need to show teachers that, we have other texts that we can use.
I guess more specifically, what you're meaning is how you're leaning into using the text that you have available as part of your ELA instruction.
Correct. 'Cause, as you know, time is always something that we battle, and it's hard to make sure that science and things like social studies are at the forefront. And with this routine, we feel like we can bring more nonfiction and build something out of it.
What Kenji said is we're still building the ship. I think that's a really good analogy for this. And collaboration is happening. It's new. And I would say it, like a lot of the science of reading trainings that we went to, teachers knew that I was doing this already before we were trained because of my background. And they were coming to me, how are you doing this? How are you integrating? Like, I'm so interested. Let's collaborate. Let's do things. So I think the passion and the interest is there. We just need more time to collaborate and to build this so that it can be district-wide. But I see this definitely being a possibility.
Just to follow up, like what Olivia's talking about, the units that they're creating to kind of weave those two things together. We actually have paid time for people to put those together. We post them on our website, so they're on a hub, so they're just available to whoever would like to take a look at those and use them within the district with those things also. And they're vetted. We have a couple of our reading teachers. Christy looks at them to make sure they're kind of, making sense, following the steps, all of those kinds of things as well. And I will say our DLC likes what they're seeing, what these folks are sharing. So next year with our professional development, they really are looking to spend about 2/3 of the hours we have available focusing on reading, science integration, and those kinds of things also. So it's a big push next year for us.
I have a couple follow-up questions on that. DLC at the elementary level, can you remind me what the makeup looks like?
One from each school.
Okay, one person from each school. Got it, thank you. And then my other question is, I know this is kind of a tough one to sort of nail down. I don't think it's in a true policy, but I understand, or my previous understanding is that there's a pretty big percentage of time, daily instruction or over the course of the week, like a large percent that's dedicated to ELA and a large percentage that's dedicated to math, and like a proportionally very, very small percentage that's dedicated to science and social studies and and then also extracurriculars. Can you kind of firm that up for me?
I would say we don't have a set, this is the rule, you shall do this. I think the one thing we have to do 20 minutes of PE a day. Of course, that's just an ed code requirement.
That's the mandated thing, yes.
The other thing is we've really locked teachers in and said we really are expecting you to do an hour a day of reading instruction also, kind of using this format with those kinds of things. Beyond that, I would say most teachers are doing a good hour of math instruction, and they're certainly supplementing more than an hour a day of English language arts also. So I think if you were to look and tally up all what the recommendations are from each of the different subject areas, teachers would have to be teaching, I've heard numbers somewhere between 8 to 9 hours a day to kind of hit the marks from what's recommended from the publishers and those kinds of things with it. So there's just really no way to do it short of having an 8 or 9 hour school day to get everything covered at the level you're talking about.
How many hours, I don't want minutes because I don't want to do math right now. How many hours are there instructional time is there?
Fourth and fifth grade's 300 minutes of instructional time every day. So you take out 90 for ELA, typically, you take out 50 for math, you take out 20 for PE, you take out 10 for transitions, and you're down to maybe...
Right, so 5 hours. And so, sorry, I'm just trying to do a pie in my head. So generally, 3 hours is dedicated to ELA, reading and math, and then 20 minutes to PE, and then there's lots of other things. So I'm not being judgmental. I'm trying to understand kind of the makeup traditionally across the district in our elementary classrooms. And so the opportunity here is to have some of that kind of Venn diagram overlap of your reading time and science instruction, so you can grow that number of minutes dedicated to teaching science because you're overlapping it with your reading instruction. It's not like an added to, it's a complement.
Well stated. That's really what they're talking about doing with reading and science, kind of overlapping them like that.
And we could probably also look into that with math, and I'm sure that there are teachers that are doing that as well.
I would say if you kind of look at what's happening with it, like the expectation of reading and writing happening, definitely a nice overlap with math kinds of responses also with things.
Well, everybody knows this is no secret that this is something I'm passionate about. And I would just encourage any folks at the elementary level, whether you're in leadership or just getting started, to please encourage the board or site leadership for that professional development time or whatever we can do to try to support and foster that growth. I think that you're on a good track to what I think is a more comprehensive and holistic way to approach science experience. You know, instead of calling it science learning or science instruction, it really is an experience, and that's how we inspire kids to lean into those topics. So I appreciate you both being here tonight. Thank you for sharing.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Just really briefly, I'm going to share for each level represented tonight a quick overview of the California science test scores from 2023. All the charts are the same, so I think if I explain it once, I won't have to again. This is the percentage of students meeting or achieving standard on the California Science Test, or CAST, in 5th grade. The light red line there is the state average for 2023. So what we see there is a number of our schools, I'm sorry, I'm going completely blank because like Caitlin, it's kind of hard for me to do math at this time of day. We see 4 of the schools below the state average. 6 of our 12 elementary schools increased. We see, which means half of our elementary schools took a dip last year from the year before. So there's definitely room to grow here. And any questions about this?
Just wondering where the 2023 data is for Emma Wilson and Parkview? Do we know about that? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I see
yeah,
now.
if there's,
Just
right.
no change.
Yeah.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay.
Stayed static.
Get it, thank you. And then just with the caveat that these are 5th graders being tested
Correct.
in 2022 and 2023,
They're
which
diff-
means that they would have been 2nd and 3rd grade through the pandemic, and you know,
Right,
I was
right.
like, at this time, with all of our testing, I kind of take it all with a bit of a grain of salt.
Right, and only 2 years of data.
Right. Thank you.
Now we get to go on to our secondary group. Our middle schools adopted Amplify in 2021 as a core program. And then, yes, Amplify is NGSS aligned. And then our high schools last year adopted CK12 as their core curriculum. And yes, CK12 is NGSS aligned. And with this, I'm going to start to invite our middle school teachers. Bidwell Jr.
Hi, I'm Lauren Duchan, and I teach at Bidwell Junior. I'm a 7th grade life science teacher there. So prior to the adoption of the Amplify curriculum, we started to align our own units and our own assignments to NGSS. So we were asked to kind of give an update about how Amplify is going, and then how collaboration supports our efforts towards becoming more NGSS aligned. And I think because we started already sort of NGSSifying our own lessons, we see Amplify as more supplementing us than us supplementing Amplify. We really appreciate and we like the articles that are embedded within Amplify. Students are really able to interact and annotate, and those are really powerful. The simulations are really also pretty well done, and students are engaged as long as they only do them once. Amplify tends to go back and repeat, and so a 12-year-old and me can tend to get a little bit bored of the repetitiveness. And we do really also appreciate the hooks that Amplify can provide. They really do try to have some of those real-world problems that students can relate to. In terms of collaboration, Bidwell this year, we started a program or idea, a model called Observation Inquiry that kind of roughly followed the ABEO model that we did a couple of years ago. And what we did at the beginning of the year, 4 teachers, science teachers, myself included, were given the opportunity to meet together to plan 4 lessons. So we were given some time outside of our classrooms to plan 4 lessons, and we specifically chose to focus on the cross-cutting concept of cause and effect mechanisms. We met, we planned, we actually developed a model that went along with claim evidence reasoning writing as well, because at Bidwell we're doing a school-wide cross-discipline push initiative to get students to really have the stamina for that kind of argumentative writing and to give them some frameworks. So me and the other 3 teachers included, were able to develop a model that had to do with cause, effect, and then the mechanism in between, and aligning that with claim evidence and reasoning. And then we had sort of a basic cause and effect mechanism, and then we built in more challenging one as we go after we developed that tool and introduced it to our students. And so we got to observe the first teacher doing this lesson, and then immediately after, we're able to talk about how it went, ask questions, and then, maybe change some of the future lessons. Unfortunately, for unforeseen and foreseen issues, like health things, our team has sort of disbanded, I mean. But that's a to be continued. I assume that we will continue doing that to further our efforts in NGSS. And then, like I said, the school-wide CER initiative is very aligned with NGSS as well, that argumentative scientific writing. And then we at Bidwell were pretty lucky that if anybody has questions or tries something out, anybody can come check it out, and everybody, that is a climate that we've established at Bidwell that we're pretty proud of. So,
I kind of think maybe this would be a good question to ask many of the teachers presenting, but over the course of the 3 years that your students are going through your program, what would you say are the strengths that they are coming out of that with, out of the way that science is being taught at your school site?
I think our students were, because of that school-wide push for the last couple of years with claim evidence reasoning writing, I think that that's something that we have been really proud of pushing across, not just in science, in the science classroom, using the same language throughout so that students recognize it in multiple different spaces.
Because they're getting a lot of reading and writing practice in your classes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chico Jr.
Hello, and thank you for inviting all of us here to talk about our science programs. My name is Kelly Coombe, and I am a 7th and 8th grade science teacher at Chico Junior High School. And we, very similar to Bidwell, it's very similar experience, are using Amplify as a supplement to our current existing programs, due mainly to the repetitiveness of the curriculum. We've also seen that Amplify has some significant gaps in content that we're having to supplement as well. The simulations are really good. The introductory phenomena are really good. The reading material is also really, really well done and engaging. But it can be a little bit one-dimensional because it gets locked into a story. So we just like to broaden it and make it a little bit more personalized for our students based on their current interest levels. In 6th grade, we're following the DCIs for year-long planning and curriculum mapping. The engineering practices are implemented when we can implement them, and all of the cross-cutting concepts are integrated in all of our units.
Can you clarify a little bit more what the DCIs are?
The DCIs are the discipline content. It's the content. So it's the scientific information that you would have traditionally taught your students, but instead of being one-dimensional, it is taught through the eyes of the SEPs, which are the science and engineering practices, and integrated with the cross-cutting concepts like cause and effect. So we might be looking at mutations as the DCI, which is the content, and students are engineering genes and gene structures, and we would be looking at cause and effect of what happens when an amino acid gets changed and results in a mutation. So it's more three-dimensional, less of the facts that we saw with the No Child Left Behind standards. DCIs are taught through the lens of the SEPs. So we integrate the science and engineering practices into every single one of our units. And we try to implement as many as we can in each of our lessons. Argumentation is our main focus. We have a school-wide CER focus where the science teachers met with the English teachers and we made common vocabulary. So English teachers tend to use thesis or claim, textual evidence and commentary, and science tends to use claim, evidence, and reasoning. So we include both so that kids are not getting confused when they come from their English classes and they end up in their science classes or vice versa. So we have sentence frames on our walls so they can kind of identify the different structures within an argument. So I would say, in answering your question, Ms. Dalby, that you asked what our kids are coming out with strengths, it would be modeling and argumentation associated with that modeling. So kids are getting really good at drawing pictures of what their thinking is, showing their thinking through visual pictures, and labeling those pictures or constructing models and then developing an argument to help explain how that model works at the mechanism level. We are using CK12 to supplement because there's different types of reading. It's more of your traditional textbook reading. We use that in conjunction with the articles that Amplify provides, which are more real-life applications. So we just feel like it's more dimensionally applicable for them and gives them some reading practice. We also use PhET simulations to help supplement the learning as well, because as Bidwell mentioned, the Amplify program can oftentimes have kids revisit a single simulation 4, 5, 6, or 7 times. And that can get pretty redundant for 12-year-olds who are used to scrolling through social media really fast. Like lots of entertainment, so to have them see the same thing over and over and over gets pretty boring for them. Our challenges, like I mentioned, Amplify has some significant gaps in content, and it can be very repetitive. For example, Amplify does teach mutations, but they don't teach protein synthesis. So without an understanding of how proteins are made and how DNA is replicated, it's really hard for students to understand how a mutation takes place. So they were coming out the first time with that unit as it was almost like it was a magical thing that happened. So we supplemented that pretty heavily. We've also seen some gaps in chemistry as well. Let's see. So we are seeing in our students gaps in math skills, and we are going to begin working with our math department to come up with common terminology. Seems to us in science that it's issues with basic number sense, and we're not sure if it's a vocabulary issue or what, so we need to explore that. That's our plan for next year. Inconsistent vocabulary and methodology, especially in math, between math and science, is something that we need to work on because it's resulting in confusion with the students. An example would be the calculation of slope for acceleration. In math, it's called growth factor. And so when you have a negative slope in acceleration, it's just deceleration, students don't connect the word of growth factor. In their mind, growing means going up. So there's a little bit of confusion there. We need more access to content-related literature, but that's something that all teachers struggle with. We have to find information that's valid and meets our students and their interests. Like right now, my 5th period is very interested in football, so we're doing a lot of physics through football. And my 6th period loves baseball, so we're doing a lot of physics through baseball. So I need to find a lot of relevant material to help engage them to find the application of science in the world outside of the classroom. Science is always difficult to do science on a limited budget. I think we have $1,800, and that's split across 5 teachers, I think, and science is just very expensive. So that's an ongoing challenge that's been since this all started. We do need to have time to create supplemental NGSS-aligned activities due to the limitations in curricula. There's no such thing as a perfect curricula. Teachers have always cherry-picked the good stuff out of the curricula that's purchased. But we have had less time as we shift to NGSS to develop all that supplemental information that we can also ensure is aligned to the NGSS standards. So we would like a little bit more time to do that, but it's very busy. So one of the solutions that we propose is creating space and time for all the teachers at all 3 middle schools to collaborate on what's working at each site and to share units like we have done in the past. We're feeling pretty isolated at times, and I think that's just something to be expected as we come out of a pandemic and we're implementing new standards and we're faced with a lot of new challenges. But I would say overall it's going pretty good.
The new curricula was implemented starting during the pandemic, right?
Correct.
When was the last time that there was collaboration opportunities among the 3 middle schools for science?
I think specifically to focus on science units, I think it was pre-pandemic. Bidwell, yeah? Yeah, pre-pandemic.
Before 2020?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Marsh, come on up.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share tonight. My name is Kyle Gunther, and I'm a 6th and 7th grade science teacher at Marsh Junior High. So in our adoption of Amplify 4 years ago, the Marsh team has stuck to using the Amplify curriculum the first couple years. And similar to Bidwell and Chico Junior, we've seen that there have been a number of benefits as well as some drawbacks to the curriculum. To highlight some of the benefits, the articles have been really nice. They're short and sweet and to the point, which I think the students enjoy, but it provides us an opportunity to work on reading skills and add in things like how to properly annotate articles and extract information from them. Also, the hands-on activities, and I say that kind of both strength and drawback. There are some really good hands-on activities in there, but there aren't a whole lot in quantity. So it's provided us as a team an opportunity to go in and add some extra hands-on activities that we feel really supplement the material. And also the simulations. There are a number of really strong simulations throughout the curriculum. For example, the Earth, Moon, and Sun simulation does a really good job of showing students multiple views, how we view the moon from Earth, how the moon rotates around Earth, and then the sun separate around the Earth. Yeah, sun, Earth rotating, and then moon rotating around the Earth. And then some of those drawbacks that we've identified. So we find that the phenomena that guide each of the units, some of them are pretty strong, but others seem to kind of drag on throughout the unit, and they don't present a whole lot of interest in the students. And so we're trying to step away in some of those cases of phenomena and introduce some other engaging activities. The engineering challenges, a lot of them are kind of left open-handed to the students as far as here is a proposal, go and figure it out on your own. There's not a whole lot to supplement each of those. And then the sims, again, I bring up because they are very repetitive, and 100% agree with the other 2 sites that looking at the sim 2 or 3 times a week, 5 or 6 times in a chapter can be quite a bit, and it's nice to be able to step back away from the computers. So 2 of the big things that we've really worked on in the last couple years are introducing more hands-on activities and engineering challenges, as well as incorporating place-based phenomena. In 6th grade, one that I'd like to highlight this year was our stop-motion moon phases project. So at the end of the unit, after students had how the moon phases occurred, we had rented iPads from Butte County Office of Ed, which had a stop-motion program on it that allowed students to create their own models and then demonstrate the way the moon revolves around the sun, around the Earth, and while that's happening, what the moon changes from our view on Earth looking out at it. In 7th grade, the microbiome unit a couple times comes back to photos, and they're cartoon photos of petri dishes and bacteria slowly growing on those petri dishes. We decided to take it one step further and put together a hands-on activity where students are given a petri dish with their lab partner and have the opportunity to do a mouth swab and actually grow the bacteria on the dish and see it firsthand in front of them, rather than looking at cartoon images in the slides that we're presenting. And then our 8th grade science team this year went through some old curriculum, the CPO curriculum, and found a car and ramp lesson, which actually had a physical car and a ramp, and they used it in the force and motion to look at how raising the ramp caused more speed. 8th grade is not my strong suit, I apologize, but along those lines. And then incorporating place-based phenomena, we, this year in 6th grade, did an Upper Park field trip to look at the geology. Currently, the Amplify curriculum in the rock transformation unit looks specifically at the Rocky Mountains and the Great Plains and comparing how rocks from the Rocky Mountains get to the Great Plains. And while that's a great example of it, we also have a magnificent example just a couple minutes down the road from here. And so to be able to get the kids out and look at this firsthand, we felt was really, really strong. And then our 8th grade science team took our 8th graders to the Butte and Glenn County Career Day. And this Career Day focused specifically on 8th graders and the careers that we have here in our county that align with the units that our 8th graders are learning. So next steps that we feel would be really beneficial to continue to collaborate together as a team on site and look really strongly at Amplify and see where we can continue to fill in some gaps and build those lessons that we're already proud of doing. And then also I think a good natural step, as Chico Jr. had pointed out, would be to come back and look and see what other sites are doing as well. It sounds like there's a lot going on, both at Bidwell and Chico Jr., that we could all share and see how we're adding to our curriculum.
Is it safe to assume that you three didn't collaborate on your slides? They're very similar.
Yes.
Yeah. I love that you guys took the 6th graders up to look at the geology of Upper Park, and it made me think how amazing it would be if there was more opportunities for inter-district cross-collaboration, if there was, one teacher that was really strong at doing that and coordinated all 3 schools to be able to do that field trip. And so so not everybody's reinventing the wheel, right? I know everybody's so tired, and just to do one really big, cool thing a year is a huge lift. And so that would be an amazing opportunity to be able to share those, different passions and expertise across the 3 schools in the district. I have a question for just general middle school. Any of you can help respond, so it's not specifically for you, Kyle. Can you help explain for us just really briefly how phenomena-based learning is different? Because so many people in this room experienced not that same type of approach to science education. And so NGSS really focuses on phenomena-based learning, and just how should we be retooling our brains to think about what this should look like in the classroom? Do any of you want to just give like the 30 to 60 second spiel?
You, Kelly, you're the expert.
With phenomena-based learning, typically what we do, it's a 5E learning cycle. We gauge our students to see where their interest level is, and then we find some sort of phenomenon or thing to teach through that lens, and then we explore all different aspects. So for example, with my 5th period class that I was telling you that likes football, we watched a football clip, and we talked about why the coaches place certain players at the line versus the ones that are running. And that all led into momentum and was a really good connection for students. I do have a group of students in my 4th period class who are really interested in cars, so we learned that one through crash test dummies. And we looked at what happens to the body as it continues to move forward and why it does that. So really coming up with these really relevant, culturally sensitive too. We're working on the Mechoopda tribe with science projects, some of their introductory phenomenon with local ecology and like fire ecology stuff. Finding ways for students to engage in authentic ways with the curriculum through things or phenomena that they find really interesting. So I would think that would be the best explanation. Do you agree?
So the concepts, the DCIs are taught not from like specifically just being told the facts, but they're exploring them and learning them as they explore the phenomenon.
Yeah, so the DCIs, which stand for, I just remembered, I had like a brain fog, are the disciplinary core ideas. And those are our content ideas. So we find something really interesting, and then we talk about, like, for example, momentum, which is mass times velocity, how that applies with the crash test dummy that continues to move forward. So we find current, relevant, interesting phenomenon for the students to engage with, so that they're more engaged, so they're more curious, they ask more authentic questions. We're moving away from facts. Like, students will know how to. This is more like students are going to interact with the curriculum and learn how to become arguers. I tell that to all of the parents at back to school night. Get ready for your kids to learn how to be really good arguers based in evidence and to provide sound reasoning. So it's more of a holistic, less linear, more of a spiraling curriculum that allows students to engage with content from different angles.
You really think our students need better skills arguing with us? I'm not sure about that.
Their technique needs a little bit of work.
The evidence.
They don't have the evidence down yet, because I want it. That's typically what we get. So,
Great. Thank you.
anyways.
President Dalby, I did want to answer your question with regards to what do you see in the classroom? And I do definitely want to share this with you because let's be honest here, everything and anything in terms of facts that you want to know, I mean, can be found on your cell phone just about, right? A good 90% of facts, and it's growing exponentially by the day, every single day. So when you walk into a classroom, and I think you could say this of just about every single science teacher out here, I'll tell you what you see. You see doctors, you see engineers, you see students taking data, applying it, and problem solving. I've seen people diagnose and students diagnose, and it is the coolest thing for them to say, okay, you know what, this horse has this issue. Let's try this to fix this problem. It is the neatest thing to watch students and them to go, wow, I'm actually doing what a doctor is doing. I'm doing what a vet is doing. So that's, to me, NGSS through the lame person's eyes, and to say, all right, next. Thank you.
Yes, so on the 2023 CAST test, which is taken in 8th grade at the junior high levels only, so 8th grade only, we saw all 3 of the sites that presented tonight well above the state average. Chico Junior showing significant growth. Center for Alternative Learning, and I believe that is Oak Ridge as well down there, were below. All 3 sites that presented tonight, again, though, scoring well above state average.
Now we get to share high school. Chico High. Got Mr. Kessler coming up.
Good evening. I'm very excited to be here because I've been looking for an opportunity to thank this board because a little more than 2 years ago it was March 9th, 2022, we brought a proposal, the district, I presented to you, and the district brought a proposal to introduce the 3-course model for next generation science standards, and you approved it. So thank you. I have some really compelling and exciting data to share with you. And the reason we brought that model to you is because it modernized science education. It created a more engaging experience for our students, and it addressed some pervasive issues of equity in science education. And when we came to you, we had identified that we were teaching in a 2-tiered system. We had a track that was essentially a dead-end track that was predominantly populated with students of color, low socioeconomic students, students with learning disabilities, and English language learners. And it was a track that was hard to get out of and hard to advance out of. The other track we had was an advanced college prep track, which had a series of roadblocks and barriers that was preventing those students from achieving at a high level, and we had very low enrollment in our AP classes as a result of that. So we brought that proposal as a way to remedy those situations, and we brought to you the 10 dilemmas. I have, can we click on that presentation up there? The link underneath there, and go to the first slide. Yes, that one. Thank you. So that one shows, this is what we did, thanks to your approval of the three-course model. At the top you see biology, physics, and chemistry. Biology of the living earth, physics of the universe, and chemistry in the earth system. These are the three courses. And they replaced our two-tier system and created heterogeneous groupings, so now all of our students take these classes. So we're no longer separating out groups, they're all taking them together. We are the lead subject at Chico High for the special ed co-teach model. We have two coach-teach classes in biology and one in physics. Next year we'll add another one in physics and possibly chemistry. So we have 3 now, we'll have 4 or 5. This has moved students out of basic special education classes where they were not getting the experience of a general education science class and getting that hands-on experience. So we've moved them in there, and at the same time, we've created a pathway where any student can choose the pathway they want, and if they're excited about science, which they appear to be, they can take our 4 elective courses, 3 AP classes, and anatomy and physiology. So we presented to you 10 dilemmas. Next slide, we could. And that's really hard to read. But I wanted to put those up there because those are the dilemmas. The link there, if you want to look at it on your own, that link is to the dilemmas that were presented 2 years ago. And I wanted to show what the dilemmas were and how we've addressed them and how we plan to continue to address them in the future. One of those I really want to point out is number 8 is attracting highly qualified science teachers. And that was something we hoped this would do, and we were very successful in that. We've hired 3 new teachers, each with about 12 years experience in NGSS, and that's really, really revitalized our department. And it's exactly what we had hoped. And all of those have been addressed to some degree or another. And I'd like to show the next slide, which is to show you where we've made these improvements. So, and I want to say that the way we made this work was we really wanted it to work. So you passed the proposal, and my colleagues, approached it with incredible enthusiasm. They poured hundreds of hours of their own time in the summer, after school, before school. If you come to Chico High, you're going to find us there at 7:30 in the morning and see us there till 5. We're collaborating constantly. So it was just a real enthusiastic approach to this. And there's our special ed students in college prep science courses, and you can see directly after this proposal passed, we've had a steady increase. Those are 80 students that would not be in general education classes otherwise that are now in our classes. And we're differentiating and providing supports for them so they can feel successful. One of the concerns was, oh no, it'll be too hard and they'll feel unsuccessful and they'll be crushed by that, but that's not what's happened. We support them. We collaborate on how to help them. We're working with the special education team on a daily basis. We meet with them as a group consistently, and I wouldn't say it's been perfect. Of course it hasn't, but we are revising and adjusting as needed to support those students. The next slide shows something we didn't expect. The students have really responded to this program. We've had our enrollment in science classes increase by 20% in the last 2 years. We have over 200 more students taking science classes, even though enrollment at Chico High's dropped 5%. And there's an excitement on our campus about science. They want to take more. They only have to take 2 classes, but we're over 3 classes average now, and they want even more. In fact, I was just mentioning to a colleague, it's almost a little overwhelming. They're so excited about science that we're having to open new sections and make room for them. Our classes are bigger. It's a good problem, and it's really exciting to see that increase. On the next slide, we show one of the things we did, and this is a quote from the framework from the California Department of Education. It shows that one of their statements, or one of their challenges to us, was all standards, all students. You need to understand the old system, only about sometimes as few as 30 and sometimes as many as 60 students out of 500 took physics. And then many of our students never got earth science. And so our 2-track system had an earth science track and a physics track. And so we took to heart to refute the common notion that learning physics is only for students in advanced math, or that taking earth science is only for students who are not on the college track. All standards, all students. So we addressed that. We hired 2 new physics teachers. We've gone from 2 sections of physics to 12 this year. So now physics is for everyone. And so that has been a big part of opening it up. Students get a choice between physics and chemistry. That's really helped because now they're choosing which class they want to take. Many are doubling up. Some of our advanced students doubling up. They're taking physics and chemistry in the same year so that they can get into AP classes sooner. And the next slide shows our AP enrollment, which to me is a real validation of what we're doing. We've gone from an average of about 40 students in AP classes to over 200. And these are students that are challenging themselves. They're excited about science. These are hard classes. And they're having a good enough experience in our 3-course model that they're challenging themselves and taking it at a very unexpected level. So we had hoped this would work. And of course it's early, so there's more to come. We had hoped this would work, and we're as surprised as anyone as how well it's working and how excited they are. I know we were asking how NGSS works, and one of our mantras is explore before explain. And that's hard for a teacher because we love explaining. We love to explain, and we're just dying to explain. But you need a day or 2 of exploring, maybe 3. You need a hook, you need a story, you need them to struggle, to diagram, to figure it out. This week we're having them figure out batteries, and they have to draw what a battery is, but they don't know what they are. And then we lead them to it. And when I describe it is, you would never read a mystery novel, if you went and read the last page first. The whole point is you want to draw them along, have them excited. They want to know what's next. They come in the next day. We want to know the answer. You're going to have to find out. It's going to take a while to figure this out. And so NGSS is about engaging them from the start, eliciting student questions. The student questions drive the curriculum. They decide where we go, and I love how Kelly described that. She's letting the students decide if it's baseball, football, or cars. Each class is different. The students drive the exploration. Then they're engaged. And then eventually we get to the explanation.
I've got a question. This has kind of been on my mind as long as we've been talking about this here. And frankly, I've said this before, but when I listen to your descriptions of it and when I see the statistics and the graphs, I kind of regret that it wasn't like this when I was in school. You know, there was kind of I was never an AP science person, not by a long shot. I was liked the natural sciences. Based on every description I've heard, I think I could have, done okay and maybe even gotten a thing or two out of the classes that you're describing, in spite of not having been, particularly smart in this category, based on the standard that I think existed when I was going through Chico Unified. There was kind of an otherness about the AP science students. They were, it seems to me, operating in a realm that was pretty highly theoretical. And they had sort of personalities and dispositions that could kind of sit there and take this and thrive in that environment, And, I think of like my doctor, if I had like some serious problem, like that I would never understand, there's a part of me that kind of still is nostalgic for the idea that my doctor would be some really wonky, off in their own world person who this is their wheelhouse, understanding this thing that I could never understand, I'm just going to ask you a question that is genuinely on my mind as we look at this. Have the standards in any way, in your opinion, in any way have we sort of slipped? Is it less rigorous now that we're implementing this, than it was once upon a time?
So, yeah, great question. I would say it's more rigorous in that instead of, and someone mentioned all the information's on our phone, instead of the old way, which is a lot of memorizing facts and repeat them back, now they have to solve problems, critical thinking, diagram, explain. And I think it's really important to point out that we can make anything hard. Hard does not mean learning. Hard's just hard. I can make it hard by doubling the homework for no reason. I can make it hard by not providing support to my students. I can make it hard by not explaining it well. It can be hard, we're math teachers now. It could be hard if I introduce, because it used to be there was a prerequisite for math to get into these classes. And so they were expected to know the math, and if they didn't, they were spit out. But now we support them and teach the math. So I would say it's not as hard to learn in these classes, but it's more rigorous. I have more slides, but I've taken a lot of time. And these slides that I have after this tell how we're doing this. And they speak a lot to our collaboration. They speak to the the co-teach model, how we're addressing who benefits, how we're addressing math literacy scores and science literacy, and ELA in each of our courses. We're doing a lot more scientific writing. There used to be a time when all the tests were multiple choice. Now we, as a department, have agreed that we give both multiple choice and written. We're requiring more emphasis on ELA. Math is emphasized to a degree where they understand how to use the math and apply it rather than just robotically do it. And the next slide talks about how we're doing it, and it's continuous collaboration. Before school, during prep, after school, during lunch, we never stop collaborating. We're just in each other's rooms all the time. We're watching each other do the lesson. How's it going for you? Oh, you need to change this and refine that. Explore before explain, which I mentioned. We have all common assessments. Every subject is using the same assessment. We're on the same lesson on the same day, all the teachers on the subject, so that we can work together and track what we're doing and refine. We're using a lot of data analysis. We did the interim CAST test this year, which is new this year. So we have data on how our students are, how prepared they are for CAST, for the use the acronym, the California Science Test. And we are reflecting, and we're doing a 2-day collaboration after school. So as soon as school's out, we're going to spend 2 days together as a team and reflect and refine our units and prepare for next year.
I just have one question that I haven't really got a sense of yet, talking with any of you folks. For your freshman teaching team, do you feel that that's starting to be a good like continuation, that students are coming in, having kind of gone through what we've heard the middle schools have been doing and, or have been trying to do, and students are used to now kind of this momentum in phenomena-based instruction and argumentation and writing, more writing and involved with the science classes.
I know I collaborate on my own time with Kelly and some of the other teachers at Chico Junior, but not the other schools. We need time to articulate that. We are missing the loss of science DLC is being felt. We used to, I met with you pre-pandemic and all the middle school teachers three or four times a year. That was just invaluable. And so if there's any way we can get that collaboration time back, it doesn't, we would make a lot of progress if we were articulating between elementary and middle and high school better. And I think that would make a big difference. And I think it would be a small investment that would pay big dividends.
And two, I mean, from my perspective, it would be an improvement not just for science, but also those writing skills and those reading skills and those exploration and discovery skills and just genuinely engaging with school itself, because science is dipping into all of those aspects, math as well.
The more and more I teach, the more I realize that growth only occurs with collaboration, lots of time together, building on ideas. When teachers work in isolation, there's only so much we can do. And so that, the more we can emphasize that and support that, the better. Thank you.
I want to thank you for having that attitude and for taking your job so seriously. And I just have one more question for you. Has anyone ever told you you're the spitting image of Matthew McConaughey?
No, but I'll take that. Thank you.
And now Barbara Bertapelli from PV. Thank you.
Good evening. This will be my last board meeting unless I come as a parent or a grandparent. I have two grandchildren in the school system now at Little Chico Creek. So our CK12 is basically our textbook, our electronic textbook. We're using that mainly for the DCIs. That's the discipline core ideas. Most units we have a fantastic team. We've been collaborating for more than 10 years using the DeFore model that John started at our school. We still do that at least once a week. Most of the biology teachers are meeting 2 to 3 times a week. Ray and I have been teaching chemistry together, so we meet twice a week. So we plan our lessons, we plan our labs. All our units are an overarching question, and that the kids have to try to solve the answer using different simulations, experiments, case studies. We also use a lot for the biology, the HASP units. We were part of the medical pathway at PV, and so a lot of those are NGSS also, where the kids are a doctor or a medical professional and they have to diagnose a patient. They actually run medical tests. We do DNA typing even in our freshman classes. And so, for example, they had to do DNA typing for PKD, polycystic kidney disease, to find out if it was passed on. That's when we were doing the genetics unit. And so the money that was supposed to be used for the textbooks is being used to give the kids more hands-on experiences. For models, we're still trying to figure out which veneer software we want to use so that the kids in physics can be using those on their Chromebooks. So, so that part we're still trying to figure out. But it has been a change in thinking using NGSS. I do think, we tend to talk down the DCIs, but really that's the foundation that's holding everything together. There's still content knowledge the kids have to learn. There's still content knowledge that they're going to be tested on in May on the CAS test. So we have to make sure that they know the knowledge, but through this other way of teaching it, and so that they can defend their answer. But there still is that base of knowledge that they have to know. So it's twofold. It's not just the experiences, but it's also the knowledge that they gain through this process. So I just wanted to make sure that I kind of brought that back into it. On the unit organization up there, it says, like, for example, one of the questions for our biology classes is, why do some people get cancer? And why do some people don't? And so we looked at the genetics of that. We looked at how does changes in the epigenetics, which is basically how does our lifestyle affect whether or not we get cancer. And so the kids had to do some research to figure out, why does some people get lung cancer who've never smoked in their life? Okay? Or why does someone have a more chance of getting colon cancer? So we brought those questions up, and the kids had to go through through different case studies, through experimentation, through the gel electrophoresis, they were able to come up with not a solution, but more of an idea of what causes it. So, so in that respect, the focus has changed for NGSS, for both, I think both schools, and actually all the way through, 5th through 12th. Speaking from elementary, I'm seeing, like, my grandkids are doing more and more science, which is fantastic. My older two went through the school system, and in elementary school, a lot of times they'd have a teacher who didn't do science all year, but I'm seeing it coming up. I'm seeing more and more kids coming in with that enthusiasm and that science background, that questioning strategy background, which is fantastic. Do you have any questions?
I do. First of all, hi. Nice to see you. It's been a while. I don't know if I'm qualified to speak here, seeing as if I squeaked by with a D in your class, I would have been, I'll be very surprised. But in all seriousness, looking at the data that's presented on the next slide, Pleasant Valley's CAST scores jumped like 10% over 1 year in terms of students who are proficient. Do you have any idea in terms of practices or curriculum or anything that might have contributed to that we can replicate?
Boy, one part of the CAS is the children. I mean, you'll get different children every year, and some are just really strong, and others just need more help. So I can't say that we did anything extraordinary. I think, again, for us, I mean, when John introduced the DeFore model, to me that was, what? Mainly because when I first came to PV in ancient times, 31 years ago, all the science teachers were doing their own thing. And then I felt that there was a huge inequity because you'd have someone who was following the standards, and then you'd have somebody who was not. And to me, as a parent, that was repulsive, that one child would get a different education than another. And so when we went to the DeFore model, and so we all give the same test, we all looked at the standards, we all teach the same type of activities, that was, to me, fantastic, because no matter who you got the same content. You had the same experiences, and so the fact that we're still doing it, 12 years later, is fantastic, and I feel good about my leaving. With regards to that, it's in good hands that we still believe in that model. I think the only main thing that's changed in the last couple of years is we're just trying to incorporate more of the kids figuring it out. But we're still adhering to the content. So the kids still have to know the content so that they have to be able to use the vocabulary, the science vocabulary in answering questions. It's not just, oh, like for example, I teach mostly chemistry. So it's not, oh, here's the chemicals, explore, but you have to be able to defend it using the vocabulary and use it properly, so that it's a pairing of the experience and the DCIs. I don't know if that helped at all.
Congrats on a fabulous career.
Oh, thank you.
In your retirement.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, it's a hard thing.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so the high school cast scores have already been referred to tonight. One of the couple things I want to point out about these scores is both of our comprehensive high schools are far above the state average on the CAST test as of last year. Another thing I would like to point out in the context of tonight's conversation, which has dealt with the three-course model a lot. The first, Chico Unified students take this test most typically in 11th grade. Next year's 11th graders will be the first 11th graders coming through Chico Unified to have 3 years of the three-course model. So I would caution you against using this as any sort of evaluation of that implementation. Moving on to my next slide, I was asked to kind of replicate some of what Chico High had provided to add PV, to add a comparison between the two sites. These charts are going to be slightly different, a lot different in some cases due to the fact that I am looking at percentages. All of the data that we're showing here is derived from transcript data, which means students finished a term and received a grade. Enrollment in the course is irrelevant unless a student received a grade at the end. In some cases, it's any grade, and in some cases, it's a C or above. I'll point that out as I go. So first of all, in the top left, you can see the percentage of special education students completing terms in a college prep science course. This includes science electives, and you can see that Chico High grew significantly last year and even increased a little bit the first semester of this year. PV is making a more modest growth there, as you can see. Moving across the top, students completing terms in any science course, college prep or not, has grown more significantly at Chico High in recent years, but both sites are relatively similar. Students completing terms in AP Science, you can see PV has maintained a little bit higher than Chico High as of the first semester of this year. As far as sections offered within the three-course model over the last couple of years, you can see the first 4 bars in the bar graph there are the living earth. Bio in the living earth is kind of the commonly put way of saying it. We can see to start off with, Chico High was significantly higher than PV. This year, it more evened out. In this year, chemistry in the Earth system, you can see a relatively similar number of sections, and then we see a significantly higher number of sections in physics of the universe in 23-24. All right, so a lot of zigzags here, so I want to take a few moments to explain. What you're looking at here is data by grade level. So we can kind of start to paint a picture of what students are doing by grade level at each site. And this is students who are passing an A to G science or a science A to G elective course. So we can see both sites are relatively similar with quite a large spike in the last year of students earning credit in A to G science or science A to G elective courses. The chart on the right gives the percentage of, I'm sorry, this chart on the left was of all students taking a science class. So this gives you an idea, are kids taking non-college prep science, at what rate, and at what rate are they taking college prep science? So if they take a science class, again on the left, we can see a significant rise in the percentage of students taking A to G courses. On the right-hand side, we look at percentages of all students earning credit in an A to G science or science A to G elective course. And we can see in most cases here a pretty big increase over the last couple years, which is great to see. And here what we're looking at is the percentage of students earning A to G science credits by school and grade. The chart on the left is any course in the 3-course model. So we can see grades 10, 11, and 12 at both sites have shown significant increases in the percentage of students earning credits in the 3-course model over the last couple years. Chico High seeing more of an increase for 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. As far as AP courses go, both sites have seen a little bit of a downturn in science AP course credit earning, and we have seen the introduction, as was presented by Chico High, the increased numbers of students taking that physics of the universe class. Any questions?
I know a lot went into that presentation, so just thank you for spending the time doing that for us. I don't have any further questions, and I don't know if any board members do. This is informational, so there's no action to be taken on this item, and no speakers signed up for this item, but I do think that we got some good information to think about, especially in terms of, how to help foster that collaboration that it sounds like just about everybody asked for tonight, and that everything sounds like it's going well and is on the right track. So I appreciate all of you for all the work that you're doing out there. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure that everybody else feels the same way. So with that, I think that we are going to move to the next item, but we're going to do a brief 10-minute break before we move on. So we will come back at 8:20. Alrighty, we did take a brief 10-minute break, and we are returning to our regular board meeting open session, and we will move to item 9.2.1, discussion action for the 2024 summer projects update.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here tonight to get board approval for summer projects, or $820,000. As you can see, the projects that we have right now are for a gym at Chico High, gym roof at Chico High. We have bleacher work that needs to be done at Chico Junior, and we have a courtyard irrigation part at Chico High again. So anything that's left from that amount of money we have will bounce down to the in-house projects that we have at the bottom. Did you have any questions on those?
Is this all you're going to be doing this summer? I hope there's other things.
Well, there is other things. All of the, it all depends on how much cashish we can get. But yes, we will be doing other stuff. Absolutely, and that stuff will be done in-house.
I knew you were going to do other stuff.
And this, just to clarify, this is just the maintenance side?
Yes, the maintenance side.
So we certainly have all of our summer cleaning going
Yep.
on by our custodial staff and team cleaning.
And that's where I was going to head to next, yes. Which is summer cleaning is a big part of what we do.
It doesn't look like we have any further questions, and there's no public comment, so I will ask for a motion.
I move approval of these projects.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Tennis and a second by Mr. Lando to approve the 2024 summer projects update. Our last vote was unanimous, so we can all just give a voice vote for all those in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, opposed? None. Are we okay? Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
You made me think I missed something. All right, we're going to move on to 9.2.2, which is an informational item for the potential new bond for school facilities. However, we have some very patient audience members who have been phenomenal and public speakers who would like to speak on this comment. So if it is okay with the board, I would ask that we have our public commenters on this item actually go first before the presentation so that they can go home since it's getting pretty late. Okay, I think that is a go. So same spiel as earlier. It's 3 minutes, and there's a 30-second warning. So we have 2 speakers for this item. The first one on the list is, I'm going to say the last name wrong. Lauren? Will you tell me how to say your last name, please? Okay, I just can never remember.
My name is Lauren Inoue. Yes. So I am the parent of 3 students enrolled in Chico Unified Schools, and I'm excited to be up here again, kind of agitating on behalf of facilities and the bond measure. Previous bond measures have been responsibly used by the district to remodel several elementary schools on the north side of town, to modernize our 2 existing comprehensive high school campuses, and to update junior high campuses as they prepared to take on 6th grade students several years ago. That said, there's still work to be done. A number of schools continue to patiently wait for our turn to have our needs addressed. And these schools offer valuable programs to the students and families of our community, including elementary campuses with bilingual immersion, dynamic special education programs, STEM, GATE, and then also our high school campuses with thriving arts and engineering programs, and who also offer an alternative pathway for students to be supported in achieving their high school diplomas. These schools are operating in facilities that are no longer functional or reflective of the high caliber of learning that our staff are attempting to facilitate for their students. Last school year, the district took time to investigate these issues, and you adopted the resulting facilities master plan, which provides a comprehensive roadmap for addressing the structural needs of our campuses. And I would just encourage for anyone who's listening and not familiar with the facilities master plan, it's a great resource. Check it out by going to the Chico Unified School District webpage, and there is a link to the facilities master plan, and it's available by clicking on the first image, typically that loads on the page. In order to create high-quality learning environments for all our students in our district, rather than some as it now stands, the board and district need to continue moving forward with the implementation of that facilities master plan. And unfortunately, as we all know, the plan can no longer move forward without requesting funding to do so through a bond measure. I believe that our Chico community will agree that our students and schools are assets worthy of their investment. And early polling, which was released to the Facilities Action Committee, which I have participated in, suggests that this is the case. Our Rosedale community specifically is already aware and knows that we are worth the investment. We are excited and already sharing the many reasons why with our family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues, and we look forward to supporting this bond measure as we move forward towards the election in November, if you should decide to put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Next, we have Beth Bradley.
Thank you. What do taxpayers want this day and age? I can only speak for myself. Transparency, truth, and tangible results. If I'm trusting you with my hard-earned money, I want to know there's a plan, and then I want to see results where my money is going. Well, we're in luck. Chico Unified School District boasts a plan that has been carefully crafted and developed with input from teachers, parents, and the community, and approved by the Board of Trustees. The need is indisputable. The need is great. There's no doubt about it. Please come tour my school, Rosedale Elementary. I'll show you around. Ask any teacher, student, or parent at Inspire or Chico High. The need is without question. If you're here from a school with facilities needs, please stand. Thank you so much. You may sit. I got involved in my facilities journey in November of 2022 because my first grader's class ceiling leaked. Despite efforts, it's still leaking. In January of 2023, I met with Kelly Saley, and a few weeks later, I gave Julie Kissel a tour of Rosedale's campus. I had no idea about measures or bonds, or that we, the parents, teachers, staff, administrators, and students, are reliant on the Chico community to come together to vote on such issues. From then to now, I've learned a lot, and I know firsthand how important, how vital it is that Chico specifically, or for Chico, specifically the 3,496 students and subsequent staff that will directly benefit from this bond. This bond measure will affect 5 schools. It will completely transform 3, give the 4th a new campus, and give the 5th school room to breathe. We will come together as a community and invest in safe schools, invest in a healthy environment for learning and growth, and ultimately invest in what's so, so important to us, our children. I'm Beth Bradley, and if you're interested in being involved, I'm talking to, you guys are already involved, I'm talking to these people. If you're interested in being involved or want to talk more about the efforts of a couple of hardworking moms who care about the issue, I want to talk to you. Thank you.
And were there additional folks who wanted to make a public comment on this item? Tonight's is informational, and so we will move to the presentation then. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just open it up, and that was a great, I would say, segue by Lauren and Beth for this agenda item this evening. This is an informational item. So as it was alluded to, the facility master plan was approved by this board back in September of 23. Per that plan, it was identified there was over $1 billion of need. So then the immediate conversation was, how do we get that funding? How do we secure that funding? So this evening, we have Tom Clifford of Clifford Moss, who has helped us with public input and public information. And we also have Katie Dobson with Jones Hall, who is our bond counsel, legal counsel. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom.
And Tom wants to know who he looks like. I was hoping for like a Matthew McConaughey, but I don't think that's in the cards. I went to high school with this guy. Tommy Clifford, Chico High class of '93, started at Hooker Oak, went to Chico Junior, and then made it to the big leagues. So thanks for having us tonight. I'm going to be like 2 minutes because the real sort of show is Katie and the resolution in front of you. But just if I can click here.
Dolph Lundgren. Dolph Lundgren, that's who you look like.
Wait, wasn't Dolph Lundgren, didn't he fight Rocky?
Rocky IV.
Yeah, Rocky IV. All right, so just as a reminder, we're sort of well along in this process, right? We started some time ago, did some early feasibility work, some initial polling. Those results looked good, and we moved into public communication and public education. We sent a mailer, got beautiful videos of students from many schools, including Rosedale. Got about 1,300 responses to our open-ended survey, in addition to the 2 polls that we've done. And I'll talk a little bit about that. We came in for a landing with some tracking polling that just came in last week, and now it's time for the board to take action. And then after the board takes action, tonight obviously is just information only. You'll take action in June. After that, a private citizens campaign will be required outside this building, off public funds. And I don't know who that'll be, but I have some suspicions. So that's really the process as a reminder. The other thing I just wanted to point your attention to is this little Venn diagram. There's the darker green circle, which is what you need, and your needs are tremendous as a district, right? Your needs are, I think, bigger than any bond measure can ever address. And then there's what voters will support. And what we're really looking at is like, what's the sweet spot there? That's from a messaging perspective, the most important thing that we need to find as we move forward into campaign. I wanted to share a little bit about the public communication program. So we sent a mailer out and asked Chico folks, all parents and all voters, what they thought about your facilities needs. And unsurprisingly, Chico was not shy. They did a lot of sharing. I think, what does that say? I need glasses. 1,200 survey results. They aligned very nicely with what your actual facilities master plan says you need to do, which is great. The number one issue was just fix the basic stuff. Beth spoke of leaky roofs that still leak. Just fix that. And I think that's actually great news, given where you're going with your facilities master plan. This is just the pie chart version, so you can see sort of what polled the highest in the open-ended survey with no controls on who responds and who doesn't. But repairing basic stuff was kind of the biggest piece of feedback we got. From a open-ended perspective, we got a number of interesting comments, lots of appreciation for the district, lots of go for it, fun schools, kids need, great schools to learn in, lots of support for the various things that are in your facilities master plan. We did hear some negatives. I don't want to dwell on them. We do, every time you open it up to the community, you're going to hear things. What I thought was really interesting is we didn't find a lot of negatives that focused on sort of what I would call unique issues within the district. It was a lot of sort of just anti-tax sentiment. Taxes are too high. You've had bonds in the past. Why do you need to do that again? And that's something, frankly, that we see in most communities we do this work. It's not something that's unique to Chico. And I think that's actually a good sign as you move forward. There will be people who vote against a bond measure, many people. But I think there will be a lot of people who support as well. So I just want to give a quick update on that. And the real show is Katie, who will go through the resolution. One last plug in case no one says it. Tonight, make sure you get all your questions about the resolution, because when we come back in June, it's a heads up, heads down vote. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. In front of you for discussion only is a resolution ordering an election on November 5th and requesting that the county consolidate that election with everything else on the ballot that day. The front part of the resolution is really just the legal requirements of accomplishing those two things. And the interesting part of the resolution, for our purposes, if we can flip to Appendix A. Appendix A includes the full text of the bond measure. So everything below the line at the top of that page will be included in the voter information guide. Perfect, thank you. Will be included in the voter information guide. So some of this is legally required language, but most importantly, on page A3 is our bond project list. And so these are the types of projects that voters will be voting on. There's a list of about 10 bulleted items that we think that the projects that the district is contemplating fit into. And then there's some additional language. And all of this language will be available to voters in the voter information guide before they make their decision. I will also note that 15.45% of the proceeds of these bonds are allocated to charter school facilities. Appendix B, if we can move down to that, is the 75-word ballot question. So this is what all voters will see on their ballot. They'll read this question, and then they will vote yes or no. And this cannot read like proper English, so don't even try to make sense of it. We have only 75 words, and we need to fit a lot in there. The last part of this resolution that I'll highlight is Appendix C. It's the tax rate statement. So this includes tax rate projections and will also be included in the voter information guide, along with any arguments in favor or against the measure and an impartial analysis of the measure by county council. So voters are going to get a lot of information about this. Are there any questions I can answer?
Can you just state, excuse me, for the bottom line, for folks that are listening or here, what it is that we're proposing to be asking for and what that means for folks that own property?
Absolutely.
Please.
So if this resolution is adopted, on the ballot will be a measure allowing the district to issue $239 million in bonds with an average tax rate of $60 per $100,000. So if you own a house that costs $500,000, you would be paying $300 a year. I'm just quickly making sure that's the right math. You would be paying $300 a year while bonds are outstanding. And it's currently projected that bonds would be outstanding until the year 2052-53. Yes, of course.
I have a question. In our past experience with bonds, we've been able to take advantage of like refinancing in order to shorten the amount of time that those bond taxes are being collected. Is that something that you can project? Or are there so many variables involved that you have to just go with what you find? Say 5 years from now, look at the circumstances and say, okay, we can do this and save, because I know we've saved several $1 million each time we've done that for our taxpayers.
Yes, the district has had some very successful refinancings, and those are completely market dependent. So you want to save money, so you have to wait until the interest rates in the market are lower than the interest rates on your bonds. So we can't project when that will happen. But your financial team is always looking for those opportunities.
Another question. It seems like the day I was watching the bond sale actually occur, we got really good response because we have a good credit rating, right?
Yep.
Okay. That was a fun day, by the way. Our credit rating hasn't gone down at all since the last time we issued, right?
No, it has not gone down.
Okay, because, that was, I think Jacqueline and I both sat in on that bond sale, and it was pretty fun.
Yeah, they were fun.
And I would just expand on that. As a school district, we do have tax-exempt bonds. So there's an appeal from investors to invest in school bonds because of the tax-exempt nature. So essentially, the interest that they receive by putting their money up for the bonds is tax-free from the federal government. So we're able to keep the interest rate down because we don't have to pay a premium, knowing that the investors then would have to turn around and cut a check to Uncle Sam, so to speak.
There's, so the list, the bulleted list, is relatively broad because there's a lot of things that we could be spending money on. Facilities-wise, we have $1 billion nearly in need from our last facilities plan update. We had taken action a while ago now with that facilities bond update, prioritizing some schools with replacement if we have the funds available. Will this amount allow us to move forward with those projects and also support the needs of the charter schools that they've identified as far as we know?
I think I probably should, oh, Jacqueline, do you?
I can speak to that. So we will be going into the next phase of the facility master plan with this bond, and the board did prioritize Rosedale, Chapman, and Parkview elementaries. So what we would do is when those dollars come available, I know Julie's been working on securing an architect so we can figure out what the scope of that project looks like. And the intent would be that those 3 schools would be covered in the $239 million, less the amount we share with our charter community.
But all, including the charters, do get touched, right?
Yes, all schools, that's a great point, Kelly. All schools will be touched by the money, not just those 3 elementary schools. We are doing restroom renovations, and there are other projects, much like we did the secure fencing, single point of entry. That too was how we touched all of our campuses with the dollars.
And then I know we still have some charter folks here in pretty good agreement that this is good for you all to move forward with too. Okay, I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to add. Head nods are great, thumbs ups are great. Okay. Thank you.
I know this informational item for this evening, but I would strongly encourage the board to read through the resolution. As Tom alluded to, we'll be back at the June 12th board meeting, and really at that point, to use Tom's words, it's a thumbs up or thumbs down vote to put this on the November election. And then at that point, it's kind of out of our hands, and then it goes private campaigning at that point.
And between now and then, excuse me, between now and then, we can ask questions, and we don't have to do that here necessarily. Okay.
Absolutely.
And I would encourage questions. We want to make sure that it really addresses the concern by the board and the concerns of our community, and elicits the projects that are reflective in our facility master plan and the feedback we got from our community.
Okay, thank you.
And on that note, I think it's important that we and our advocates for the bond share this document. I know one of the big concerns we hear a lot on social media and out in the world is, oh, it's just the schools just want more money. But it's very clearly written out here how we can and can't spend this money. It's specifically and only for facilities improvement for these listed areas. So, I mean, that's just a message that we need to make sure everyone is aware of.
Yes.
We can tell you exactly where this money is going to go, how it's going to help the students, and create a better environment for education. So the more we can make sure that people understand that we have a really solid plan for exactly how this money is going to help students, the lighter the lift will be when we get to election season.
And to add to that, I would say you are stuck with this list. So once voters approve it, you can't go back and change it. It's really important that this covers the projects that you intend to do. And then you'll have additional citizens oversight and annual audits and different transparency measures to be sure that the community can see how you're spending the money.
Someone mentioned the facilities master plan that's on our website. And I would really encourage people to go look at that. Because on that facilities master plan, you look at the phases that have already been funded and the schools, like this one, that exist because of bond funds and because we've done a good job of continuing to listen to our community, look at our school needs, and apply the funds. What's the word when you get a lot for your money, Julie? Yeah, there we go. I've watched us, Chico Unified, do a great job of getting matching funds from state bonds and things, but they're matching. I mean, they're just enhancing what our local voters are being asked to do, which is to, just provide what our kiddos need. for good educations.
I don't see any further questions for clarification. We had our public comments already. And so with that, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, for information only, so we'll move right along. Thank you. Okay. Next is 9.2.3, discussion action for the adoption of resolution number 1641-24, increasing the level 1 fee.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Dovetailing into funding for facilities, this will be a public hearing, so we'll need you to open that if you wouldn't mind, Madam President.
That happens with the public comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for helping me. So school districts in the state of California, their facilities are affected by students generated from residential and commercial growth that occurs in our communities. The State Allocation Board reviews those fees that can be levied by school districts every 2 years. This past January, the State Allocation Board authorized school districts to increase their fees for residential and commercial projects within our area. The district has developed a demographic informational study, the fee justification study, Koppel and Gruber. I thank Lynn Gruber for being here tonight. You'll meet her in just a moment, for her hard work and answering all of our many questions that Jacqueline and I had. So the study has been completed and you've been provided that study for your review. The study has also been made publicly available and sent to interested parties as well as advertised in the newspaper. The proper public notification that this meeting was occurring tonight to discuss the increase in these fees. With that, I will turn it over to Lynn Gruber from Koppel and Gruber, who's going to walk through a summary for your audience and for the folks watching at home. Lynn?
Thank you, Julie, and thank you for having me. My name is Lynn Gruber, Koppel and Gruber Public Finance. So tonight, let's see if I can do this right. I'll go through a brief summary of the developer fees. Developer fees are a one-time fee that's collected at the time of a building permit for new construction. And school districts have the authority to levy these school fees to help offset the impact of new development on your school facilities. They can be used for just the construction and or reconstruction of the school facilities, interim housing, administrative facilities, and operational facilities. The state has a fee program that includes level 1, which is what Chico levies, and level 2 and 3, which level 1 is set by the State Allocation Board. Level 1 is the same throughout the state. Doesn't matter what your cost of living is, it's the same per square foot throughout the state, and you have to justify it with the fee. Level 2 and 3 requires certain qualifications, which right now the district doesn't qualify for, but those are typically much higher than level 1. So level 1, again, are capped and only apply to new residential and commercial and industrial development. The fee caps, as we've said, are set every other year at the State Allocation Board, typically in their January meeting. And this past January, they increased the fees to $5.17 and 84 cents. Those increases are based on a construction index. So in order to increase the level 1 fee, we've completed the fee justification study. And again, fees are only charged at the request of a new building permit. And this is the only opportunity for school districts to help offset the impact of new construction. So the fees justification study has to go through specific code sections, primarily Government Code 66,000. And through the nexus requirements, we have determined that the residential impact per square foot is actually $6.93. Again, that's much higher than the cap that the state has set at $5.17. We determine the commercial and industrial impact square foot, and that varies. Rental self-storage, because they have such low employee count, is only 10 cents per square foot. And then some of the larger ones have an impact of $7.53. But remember, we're capped at 84 cents a square foot for commercial. So the maximum level 1 fees are deemed justified if the cost impacts are greater than the fee caps that the state has set. Briefly, I'll go through the study methodology. We look at the student enrollment projection based on the new housing that is expected in the next 10 years, and the estimated cost per seat based on the eligible capital improvement project. And again, we go back to that facilities master plan that you guys have already spoken about. And we look at those costs as they are only eligible to be attributed to new students from new housing. And then we get the cost per square foot. And if it's greater than $5.17, then you're justified at the $5.17. This is a map of the new projects that are coming on board. And I know you can't read those tables, so I put them on the next couple slides. But we have about 3,250 projected units to be built in the next 10 years with an average square footage of about 1,360 square feet. So we went through the methodology before. This overlays the Chico numbers to it. Again, we're expecting about 3,250 new homes developed in the area, which we expect to generate about 615 new students. The cost per square foot, the cost per seat for each of those students is ranging from about $42,000 per seat to about, at the elementary level, at about $56,000 per seat. And then we have about $30 million worth of cost attributed to those new students. The cost per square foot, as we have indicated, is $6.93, which is greater than the $5.17. So you are justified in levying the $5.17 that the state has capped us at. Commercial is a little bit different. We look at the employees generated from the commercial industrial categories, and the state defines those categories in the study that we have to use. New employees create the need for new housing. Employees also typically create interdistrict student impact, and then we offset those impacts with the new housing that is being built already, and that becomes the net impact. So that's detailed in the study. And then you see here the different categories of commercial and or industrial, all of which exceed the 84 cents per square foot impact other than the rental self-storage. This is the timeline of the fee adoption process. We started the study in February, and then the notice was made public and published on May 3rd and May 10th, and available for public review and sent to those who requested it. And tonight we're holding the public hearing, and then if it's adopted, they would go into effect in 60 days or on July 15th. The next slide is the historical developer fees and showing the how they have progressed over the years. Again, this is a 38 cents per square foot increase over the current fees. And this slide is an estimate of what we think we would collect. Remember, our impact is about 30 million. At the $5.17, we're going to be collecting just under 23 million. So again, there's still a gap, right? On the average square footage home, the difference between the $4.79 you're currently collecting and the $5.17 that is justified at this point is a difference of $516, almost $517 per house. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Just to clarify, what I think I heard you say is the developer fees are only collected at the time the permit is pulled. Am I correct? And it doesn't happen again during
That's
any
correct.
part of the process?
That's correct. Only when a new permit is issued, that's the only time it can be collected. And you can't go back, once somebody's got a permit issued, you can't go back and pick it up later.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any further questions for clarification? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. The public hearing is opened. At this time, we will invite the public to give comment to the board, same as our public comment period, so 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. And we do have Katie Tama signed up, so come on up, Katie.
Good evening, and I just want to start out and say thank you for serving our community, and you've gotten in a lot of information tonight, so I hope you got room to listen, hear me. So my name is Katie Tillman. I'm the Executive Director of the Chico Builders Association, known as CBA, and I'm here tonight to speak on the increase of the Level 1 fees. We call them Development Impact Fees. We acknowledge that the State Allocation Board, authorized by the Ed Code, is permitted, just as your consultant explained that to you, and that the development impact fee was raised to $5.17 per square foot. So I want to give this to you and what this means in real numbers. So to illustrate the impact of this increase, consider the cost implications for building a 1,500 square foot home, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. At the new rate, now that the new rate with the development impact fee is $7,755. Additionally, the building industry have faced other rising expenses associated with home construction. We've seen significant increases in the cost of concrete and drywall. Liability insurance for private contractors has gone up significantly, and the city building fees are pending for a significant increase later this year. These increases contribute to the overall cost of building the home, which is now over $300,000, which is actually a conservative estimate. The first estimate that I received was $350,000, and the folks that I got it from said, no, use 300, it's conservative, it's good. And then you add the land costs, which are around $150,000, if you can find a lot to purchase, for a total of $450,000. And furthermore, mortgage loan interest rates have significantly increased, adding these additional costs, and these additional costs are ultimately passed on to the home buyer. So in light of these financial pressures, the CBA is respectfully requesting that, as this board has done in previous rounds of development impact fee increases, the new fee be phased in over a 2-year period. Specifically, we would propose the fee for next year, or for this year, would be $4.98, and then the following year go up to $5.17. And also I want to make a note that we have no remarks regarding the commercial rate, so we have no concern with that. So if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. You all want to go home, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close the hearing. That was weak. There we go. Give it some oomph. Okay, so we've had our presentation and our public hearing, and so I will ask the board if there is a motion. A motion on this item, yeah, I'll call for a motion.
Yes, Madam President, I move that we approve resolution number 1641-24, increasing the fee to $5.17 for residential, and I believe it's still at 84 cents for commercial.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the resolution as written by Ms. Robinson and a second by Mr. Lando. We're open for discussion at this time, board. Any further discussion or comments?
I just want to say I have some misgivings. I'm going to be in support of this. And they stem from the fact that the state is having difficult economic times right now. And our financial future is not by any means certain here at Chico Unified. And I think it would be just imprudent to not put the interests of our constituents and students at the forefront. Although I am sympathetic to the higher cost of housing for people who are moving into a new home. So I regret that aspect of this, but I think we need to act in the interest of the students in this case.
I would echo Mr. Tennis's sentiments. The math comes out at $1,683,218 estimated dollars that could go back into our school facilities sooner than later. So that's a pretty good number when we're looking at such a long list of needs that our campuses have, and growing population in our classrooms. So just the need to house them in general. So I have no further comments. Okay. We were unanimous last time, and so I'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you, board. 9.2.4 is discussion action for the adoption of resolution number 1645-24, determining that the acquisition of approximately 2.47 acres of real property located in the city of Chico, California, a portion of assessor parcel number 002-180-228 is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, approving the purchase and sale agreement, deciding to carry out the project, and directing the filing of a notice of exemption. That was a long one.
That was a mouthful.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you're aware, with Measure K, which was approved by the voters in 2016, 15.34% of the dollars were allocated to our charter school community. So the project before you has come before the charter subcommittee and was approved by that group. And I have Susan Dominighetti here related to Blue Oak. So Blue Oak is currently in a rented facility located on East Avenue, and the charter school has been looking and desires for a more permanent location. So they've been working in collaboration with the district to secure this piece of land, which right now it's undeveloped land, to purchase using their Measure K allocation dollars. And then they would move forward with securing brick and mortar or campus-like facilities. So there's been negotiations between the district and the seller over the last 2 months or so. We have secured a purchase price of $2.1 million for the land. That is contingent on getting an appraisal that supports that. We don't anticipate an issue, but it is contingent on that. Once the sale is final, then that parcel will be used by Blue Oak Charter Schools, so we'll enter into a facility use agreement for Blue Oak for that property. So the resolution in front of you this evening is related to the almost 2.5 acres of vacant land located in Merriam Park. It is right now, because it's just a change in title of land and there's no actual development at this point, it is exempt from CEQA, the environmental piece. So if the board approves this evening, moving forward with the project, then we will go into escrow within 3 days, and I will file a notice of exemption with Butte County Clerk, and we will go into the 75-day of due diligence to ensure that the property is adequate for a charter school campus.
Do we have a timeline on the valuation assessment?
We don't. Assuming it's board approved this evening, then I will reach out to our attorneys tomorrow, and we can work on starting that.
Just an add-on question, is it, it would get done before we would bring it back at the close of escrow, right? I mean, it would have to be done before the close of escrow.
Yeah, we would only close escrow if the appraisal substantiates the purchase price.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The word appraisal just fell out of my mind, and I could not come up with it. It's late.
Seeing no further questions, and no public comment on this?
If I can, I'll just say that Blue Oak Charter School community truly appreciates the work that you as a board and your staff have done to support charters and to support this particular project for our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, do we have a motion?
I will move approval of Resolution 1645-24.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lando and a second by Ms. Conkin. Any further discussion, board? Nope. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. All right, how exciting. Thank you, Susan. So, a lot of charter chatter tonight. It's fun. Charter chatter. Okay. 9.3.1 is a discussion action item under Human Resources for the declaration of need for fully qualified educators.
Thank you, President Dalby. So before you is an estimate of a declaration of need. It's something we file annually for a variety of reasons. In rural, suburban, Northern California, it's sometimes difficult to find the staff that we expect. Specifically, there are some employment criteria for some positions that are listed on the attached form. So this declaration would support any emergency credential and/or limited assignment permit applications that might need to be submitted to the CTC during the 24-25 school year in hard-to-fill subject areas. So the areas that you see listed in the form are, again, estimates based on past practice.
I have a question. If this is a total of 12 listed positions, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, positions, yes. Subjects, as you can see here, we have 7. But yeah,
I meant what you said.
yeah. And again, these are estimates just based on what we've been able to do in the past.
It's 11.
And I think it's 11.
It's 11,
yes.
yeah. I just was making sure I was looking at the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Or that it's not in two different places and wrong somewhere.
And the 11 is for single subject? Are those who you're referring to? Board Member Robinson?
I'm sorry. No, I was looking at, okay. I didn't scroll down to page 3 of 4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Many more. Okay. Yeah, there's actually.
So just to clarify, there are 11 listed for single subject, 12 listed for sort of either English learner or resource or librarian.
Correct, and those could be in various subjects.
Yeah,
yep.
you.
So I was almost right.
Oh, you were right.
You were right in that section. We were looking at different sections. That's
Yeah,
what I was
I
trying
was
to
looking
make
at
sure
it.
I understood better. Okay, no further questions. Nobody gets to ask anymore. I'm just kidding. All right, and then no public comment on this, so we'll just move into motion.
So moved.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Lando and a second by Ms. Robinson. All those in favor of passing? Aye?
Aye.
Okay. And no opposed. It's unanimous. 9.3.2 is a discussion and action on resolution 1643-24 to allow a credentialed teacher to teach any single subject class based on appropriate coursework. Oh, we just did that one?
No, we just did this.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah, we need to separate them out. I'll keep it short. So this is basically just allowing some people, the two teachers that you see listed here have been teaching in these subjects for a number of years. And this Ed Code 44263 does allow for us to keep them in those roles. So I'm requesting action taken on allowing those teachers to continue in those disciplines.
I mean, I just want to point out that every year we argue about this a little bit. I think all those questions still stand, but at the end of the day, we need teachers in classrooms, or I'm inclined to skip the interrogation this time around.
Yeah, same. Seeing no further discussion or questions for clarification, and nobody has signed up for public comment, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move approval of 1643-24.
I'll second that motion.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 9.3.3 is almost the same thing, resolution 1644-24 to allow teachers with a multiple subject credential to teach a specific subject below grade 9.
Thank you for outlining the difference between the two. So essentially, we have a list of people here who, again, Education Code 44256B does allow us to have people with a multiple subject credential teach a single subject credential. Our list, just to give people some background here, is essentially the result of us moving our sixth graders up to the middle school. And so this list has been shrinking. If you look specifically at the attachment, you can see, again, it's a shorter list, and we hope to continue that list to
It doesn't feel like a shorter list from last year.
Okay.
That's just a feeling. I don't have the evidence for that because I don't have the list from last year in front of me. It just feels the same. And we did switch fifth graders on this, or sixth grade campus to the middle schools a really long time ago at this point. Just stating that for the record. It does.
I'm not going to touch that one.
Well, some of us don't think we'll ever get to retire.
So, but on that note, it might be nice next year when we see this to be refreshed with a copy of this year's list as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because yes, we do hope and I think expect, frankly, that this list will continue to shrink so that we have fully qualified single subject teachers. And I understand the argument about how they have taken at least 12 semester units and they do know what they're teaching. I understand that. But the ultimate hope is single subject where they belong.
Right, the difference being qualified and authorized versus credentialed, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. No further questions, comments. I think we have a motion by Mr. Tennis and a second by Board Member Dalby. Erica is shaking her head at me. But he did acknowledge that he will put the motion on the table. And no further discussion. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. It passes. Thank you. Sorry, I was being a little bit silly. 9.4.1 is discussion action approval ratification of an amended employment. Nope, I skipped one.
We're pulling it.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was, yep, you're right. Okay, I did pull 9.4.1 already at the beginning of the meeting, so we're at 9.4.2. Approval ratification of an amended employment agreement with Chico Unified School District Superintendent.
So in front of you is an amended contract. I have been in the district as superintendent for 17 years now. And my contract is structured such that in 5-year increments, I get a 5% at the end of that 5-year, 1% per year, 5% raise for longevity. There is a chance that next year could be the year that I choose to retire. So I am asking that the board change that 5% at 5 years to 3% at 3 years, should that come to fruition.
So just for clarification, this is no change in the amount that you would be getting a raise. It's just breaking it down more by year instead of waiting till you hit another 5-year mark.
That is accurate.
But it would be the same amount.
Correct.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? Okay.
I move, are you ready for a move approval?
Yeah, I don't see any public comment.
Okay, I move approval of the ratification of the amended employment agreement with Superintendent Staley.
Second.
Okay. And so for clarification, it will result in a one-time $8,801 longevity payment. And so, again, we're not inflating Superintendent Staley's pay, just honoring what has been, the intent of the agreement. Thank you. Better words than what I have at this point in the evening. So all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's also unanimous. Thank you. Okay, is that the last one? Kind of. Items from the floor. Do we have any additional public comment at this point? Okay, seeing none, no board members request to agendize, I ask if there's a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We will adjourn. Thank you.